Unmute. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be picking up with our game dev project once again today. We are looking down the barrel of another heavy refactor of our rendering and collision code. In order to further optimize, we're going to be looking at switching over to directly addressing rendering and physics servers instead of using just the built-in logic. We'll see how that goes. We're going to be starting off with the test, and if it seems to be functional and maintainable, then we will move on to a larger scale test on it. And if it still works, we will be refactoring our existing system over to it, or replacing it with the new one. We're not jumping to that last part because it's not going to be non-trivial. Before we get into that, though, let's check in with our kitties. We do have Ember across from the desk. We have Sky up in his tree. Mason and Sammy on the bed. And Sherbet passed through the play area, I suspect. Yes, he is getting some food. Oh, good times. Good times. Resetting the sound a couple of times there. Now, you may have noticed we are trying out some different music today. Might be a little quiet. Should be a lot more chill as well. Okay, so I found some good documentation on this. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we found out that it was, I think, a good choice for the channel, Oleg, and hello, Oleg, welcome, when we were playing a game called For Your Tranquility, the frog crime autopsy game. Okay, so I tried a couple of extra things to get performance back down. So one of them was if the creatures got too far away, remove them, that kind of thing, but it still wouldn't do it. We still need more. Because I want to be able to completely fill the screen with blobs, 100% fill the screen with blobs, and not have to worry about the performance degradation. Now, we are going to be exceeding the screen very shortly. So by now we have more blobs than are showing on the screen, but that's about 750 blobs. At about 750, where we are filling the screen for sure, we start tanking as far as performance. And that will get us blobs off the screen so that if projectiles go off screen, we still get damage to them. We could still cull that. We could say you can't have more than the edge of the screen kind of thing. But I feel like we might be missing out if we do that. It can also lead to anomalies as far as some of the handling. You can see I've got like a circle going here. We have created a circle whose radius is the diagonal of the screen. So if you go from the center of the screen out to a corner, that is the radius of the circle. Anything past that is currently culled at about twice. But you can see this is 1,000. This is just a little past the edge of the screen that they exist. Which I still feel like isn't enough. I want to be able to do this at a solid FPS. And we can cull that down. We could say, oh, it caps at 30, and we only do like a couple of physics updates per frame or something like that. But that can also lead to its own problems. Too few physics updates, and you run into issues with things like passing through objects or missing collisions or that kind of thing. But in any event, optimization. So we are going to create an extension of mob body that is going to heavily override some of this stuff. So that instead of actually... I don't think we can. I think we're actually going to have to create a new thing. So let's just go in. We're going to make a new thing here. Let's close some of this. Call that testing. Don't need the samples folder anymore. Get rid of that. Hey there, Olga. Welcome to the broadcast. You're joining us for some game dev. We're going to be testing a new way to render and check physics here. Well, new for us. We're going to go into our game scene, or our game scene. So all that. It's just going to be a node 2D. Well, thank you, Olga. Sip of water here. I appreciate it. So create a new node 2D. This is going to be our... We're going to call you test render. We are going to... should have a transform, and we're going to put it... let's put it at 96. How about 192? It's essentially 2 squares over and 2 squares down. We're doing this so that we can have... we have an idea of where it should be as we go through this. Hey there, Tess. We are heading into some new rendering and physics logic testing here. We're going to be interacting with a lower level layer here, instead of using this upper tier layer that does a lot of this lower level in the background. We're going to try to cut out a lot of the middle and see how well that improves performance. And to do that, for the time being, we're just going to wholesale take this sample script here. I don't like their coding practices. Hey there, King. Oh, but we'll go from there. This should be a texture 2D. Sure, 2D. Because we want this to be an actual object. Why did it put it there? There we go. So we're going to start with this. Okay. You can see it's there now. We will have to... we don't want it rotated, of course. What else we got? Scaled by 6. Oh. 2. All right. So this is the texture for the blobs. I'll have to figure out how... Oh, okay, yeah, it's rendered last, so it will be rendered on top. Let's stop our blob spawners for now. We're also going to have to manually do animation, that kind of thing. Could be worse. Could be worse. Do those anymore. Just knocking out things as I see them. Again, relatively casual stream, folks. If you see something that you have a question about, or just have questions or anything like that in general, feel free to ask them. To try toggle comment. There we go. Should be right there. It's going to have like a position change in it somewhere here. Hey there, Bast. We are doing some game dev today. We're seeing how things go, trying something a little ambitious. Make sure that my Twitch stream has actually cut over properly. Every now and then it don't. Yep. Twitch's integrations with various push buttons doesn't work very well. Done. There we go. I've only dabbled in like Unity. Oleg, I poked at it a couple of times. I've messed around with RPG Maker back when it was even lighter weight of an engine, when it was largely just like purely script. This is the first time we're really fully committing to it, you know? Close other tabs here. It's you and close you. Close that. Go into our there we go. Testing. All right, and into test render. So weird. Close, close. Okay. So this is in our test render. So at this level, we're working with RIDs, resource IDs. This is, again, the one of the more closer to a much deeper layer reference. So canvas items are, it's a drawable surface like a sprite or anything like that is what those are at their low tier. Then we're attaching it I believe we're attaching it to the parent. So let's look where that ends up. So we're going to go over okay. Get canvas item. We're attaching it to the node 2D. So there is now a sprite attached to this, but you can't see it in the tree. It is an entity that is purely part of this node 2D. Does your brain hurt, Lunar? And in addition, welcome, Bast and Lunar. Welcome to the broadcast. Aside from any questions you might have or similar, if you don't have questions or chat or anything like that, it will largely be stream of consciousness from me. So feel free to chime in if you'd like. Okay, so this is why it's in a different position. So we're gonna move that out of there. No. Ultimately, up here is where we set it. This is where we're moving it. Shouldn't be over there. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter where I put this. This is ultimately what it is. Let's put this at 0, 0 and see what happens. Because that 192, 192 should be here. So why it over there? This is the edge of the sprite. That's a weird location. If does this change it? No. Well, welcome, Bubbles, and feel free to lurk, folks. Also, let me know if you can't hear the music. There's plenty of room to turn piano up compared to the other stuff. Let's put this thing at 0, 0 and see if that changes it. That does change it. It's still in a different position, though. This should be 0, 0. And 192 should be here. Relatively easily go 5 decibel unit differences. Be a little fiddlier to oh, cool. That button's working again. Now let's see. Why this no work? So this should get an XY. Position and size. Hey there, Ghost. Welcome. There we go. All right, well, that's a little off, but it's closer to the right position. Size. Texture. Oh, and hey there, Drew. Surgery, huh? Well, I hope it went well. Let's look at... We need... Add item texture rectangle. Oh, yeah, that's, you know, that kind of infection would not be something you want. Okay, this is the rectangle of where to draw it. Should be centered here, but it's being centered over, like, here. It's just down one. Hello, Ember. We're experimenting. We're experimenting. New rendering path here. Okay, doesn't care about that. So... double 6 scale. Ember is walking through. Okay, so what if instead of this one, keep that. Hello, Ember. And hey there, Lion. We are going to switch over. So to texture rectangle region here, which will largely be the same, except we also need a source rectangle. Hello. So having witnessed Sherbet get extra attention by climbing up on the headrest of my chair, Sky and Ember have now decided that that's a thing they can do as well. Rotate the wrists a little bit. Okay, so we're going to have to add another rectangle. This is where to draw it. This is where on the texture we'll get it. And hello, Ismail. No idea what that says. Texture and then the source rectangle. Oh, see, that's not what we wanted. Oh, I know why that's happening. Use the same size rectangle as we're going to extract here. There we go. Now the question is, why is it only half? It is indeed a type of bread. Not a type of bread, oh no, it is a type of bread and a style of bread presentation. Not really a loaf, a croissant, you know. Zero idea, Wolf. We are currently working on yet another rewrite of rendering and physics. Oh, where? Steam is very likely if I reach a level of quality that I'm happy with. Quote unquote worst case, like itch.io or something like that, but I would want to shoot for Steam. So why are you down there? Hey there, Lola. If I were to put a cost on it, it would probably be low. Generally, I want it to be able to, ideally recoup the costs of the upload. What are you doing, Ember? What you doing? Ember is crawling all over me here. So she's getting intensive hugs. Ow, ow. I've managed to trim her her front murder mitts, but like with any cat, trimming the rear ones is difficult and to some extent a bit futile. Those, it's less of them becoming like climbing hooks or almost like talons, and more that they very quickly become a forward-facing spike without them having to sharpen it or anything like that. Hello there, Blue. Welcome. We can see 4 of the 5 right now. Said Ember is on my chair. And Sherbet's in his little window house. Bam. Ember. Okay, so we've told it to be at 0, 0. But maybe it is at 0, 0. Where does the player appear? Ember, quit that. Create the player, we add the player factory creates the player, should be creating it at 0, 0. So why is... Hey, quit that. Ember, quit that. Hey there, Zell. So we have the rendering happening, but it's unclear why it's there. It's down 1 unit here. And the player is appearing here. So the player should be appearing at world coordinate 0, 0. So let's reload it. Start, go out. We look at our remote. Test render is where it's supposed to be. And the player body is your transform it. Yeah, it's at 0, 0. So why is it off center? Is it that the position is up and... About... So this is where it should appear. So what if it is 8 minus 8? No. Still its size. This is supposed to be its position. I'll show you in a moment. Okay, that's why. The sprite was being rendered down and right. The position of a texture is a little different. So where's our... Let's get an example. blob body. So if I look at sprite, so with a sprite object, the texture on it is rendered center to it. But I'm not rendering a sprite object. I'm rendering the texture. So this is doing the footwork for me. Of handling all of that motion kind of stuff. But I don't have that luxury, so I need to shift it up and left halfway to get its position to essentially be centered. Okay, well that's good to know. So let's see. Let's take some notes here. We need to know the size of the sprite. The text. Let's see. Size of the sprite, rows on this sheet, columns on the sheet. Now, by convention, I can control this. Right now, each row has a particular purpose. So if we look at the actual sheet here, this is the moving row. And for the purposes of enemies, they only have the moving row. So it's the walking row is one by 6. We look at the player. The first one is the idle row, and the second one is the walking row. The third one is jumping, and the fourth one is firing, but I don't necessarily need any of that. I could shuffle these around. In the same way, I could have the blobs have a walking and an idle row as well for consistency, to get those first two matching up. Generally, monsters would never have an idle row unless they are locked into place, and they usually don't get locked into place. Give us a texture too. We could instead of loading this, we could have it be an export. Let's not put a space where it doesn't need to be. So if we export that, and now we go back to our game scene, we have a test render. It has an export. We put that. Yeah, there we go. And then we go into the test render, and we try that. Okay, good. That's a good start. We avoid having to expressly load it by having the texture 2 popped in. Yep. There's the possibility of just taking the first frame on a monster, but I think for consistency, I'd want it to be one row down anyway. And we could just have it sitting still or similar. Okay. How we do? Okay, good. So this pattern creates a transform for the purposes of our system. So we want the scale of 6 to be a constant, so we never have to worry about changing that. Yeah. Keep the bounce and stretch going the same way when the player holds still. They kind of bob in place. Function, process. Hey, William. We're really just getting started. We're taking a Godot tutorial from their documentation. Not really a tutorial, more of a how-to, since we're working directly with rendering server here. Next step after this will be working with physics server 2. So a lot of this stuff is going to be initially supplied by a template object, so that we can say the sprite is this big, the sprite's collision zone is like this. So if we always do this when we create the transform, that's one thing we can do. Have a dot position. I mean, it should. Completely off. Okay, it will be further to the right if this works. Oh. Okay, I don't want to mess with a transform. I don't want to mess with a transform matrix. Yeah, 2x3 matrix. Okay, we'll just use translated for that. So what we'll do is we'll recreate it anytime we have to reposition it. Cats are doing pretty good, William. We have 3 of them on camera right now. Sherbet and Mason are kind of lumped together. All snugly. Bar animation frame 2 0. because I like cats, Wolf. Having a couple of at least 2 cats is nice so that they have, even if you are not actively paying attention to them, that they have somebody else to be sociable with if you are not around to do it or similar. Makes kind of a difference. But I really like cats, and they're all sweethearts. 5 so far has been a safe number. Safe number. Let's float. Don't really need to say that it's a float, but you don't have to, but it's good to be specific so that if I pass it into stuff, it knows that it's supposed to be a float. So we want this to be fractions of a second. Delta is fractions of a second, and we want it to be I think I had it at 6 frames a second. So it should be about 0.1. Is an integer. This is a float. So seconds passed plus equals delta. Frame changes int is 0 by default. So equal to seconds passed divided by 0.1. As an int. We're going to force it over to an int here so that it truncates it. Hey there, Robilio. We're doing good. We're doing good. Seconds passed minus equals 0.1 times frame change. Still working on that game. Still working on that game. Yeah, frame change is greater than 0, then we'll do this. Save us one line of execution. Look at the rendering server here. And welcome, Sapphire. My bottle of water here. Good reminder. All right, let's look at our rendering server. So what are we doing? We are add texture rectangle region. So this is what we're doing. Do I have to remake it? I mean, Drew, at least it's not some sort of, very nutritious slurry kind of thing, Highly nutritious goo. Is that the transform? It's not a rectangle. And we don't get an object back here. What if we do it twice? Let's try to do it twice. Item resource ID was an RID. That's where to draw it. This is the size. And then this will be 16 times animation frame. This equals frame change, animation frame. Can we use modulo equals? We can. All right, Bubbles, thanks for joining us. Hope you have a good day too. Collisions, not yet. Not yet. We're going to have to redo them anyway here. That's okay, Drew. Sometimes it is just... Let's see. Okay. We have a node 2D, so it has a position. So instead of using this, I'm going to use position, that its initial position. Same with this. Initial, oh, no, position. So then here, it's a gross function. Canvas item, rectangle, the texture, another rectangle, the vector. There. This equals is it goes to the right only. Times 48 times delta. Okay, so we don't have the animation that is result that should be, you'd think would result from this. So let's look at our code here again. This is drawing primitives, but that's not what we want. Hey there, Carlo. Welcome. About item. Why are you being annoying? Texture repeat. Okay. We're not recreating the texture this way. This item clear. We don't have a set for the draw rectangle. We know we can change its transform just by setting it. That's not shocking. We'll have to look up some of these here. A texture rectangle. Because the sample is just a texture, like a flat texture. And we don't want just one thing. Texture. Replace a texture. Let's... This seems kind of brute force, but let's try it. We're going to add... Where do we initially? Add texture rectangle region. Okay, so we're going to clear it. And we're going to do this again. Okay, we don't need to just do entering server, clear. Item. Clear it. Okay. What are we doing wrong here? This is where we're putting it. Doing okay, Drew. Doing okay. A lot of thinking going on. A lot of thinking. So let's transform. We need to get rid of the texture region on it. Because this is drawing the texture and the shape from the texture. So what are we drawing to? Where to draw it? So define a rectangle that we're going to put it in. And that which texture are we going to use? Then what's the rectangle from the texture? Like which piece? All right, let's walk into it here. Past is now reduced. We have animation frame is now 1. We clear it. Let's make sure I'm fully reloaded here. It's invalid RID right now. Oh. Do. Does it work now? Hey there, X3. Yeah, so I finally got a playlist together of piano music. I do need to add the attribution to the stream properly. But I kind of like this. You know, I like the other music, but after we had that stream where we tried that, where we had like piano music going from the game, that I've been trying to find something like this to swap it out. All right. Yeah, wisdom tooth removal is a rough thing. Okay, so we've got them moving and animating. Animation frame is something that I can make relatively global. But I'd like to wrap some of this logic here. Okay, we're gonna... Okay, we do have to clear it, otherwise we get that. Which is still kind of cool, but not what we want. Yeah, I'd want to wrap this, where we get the animation frame and pass all of that so that I can put that in the I would like to put all of this in a global function. And the same with this. So that I can say this RID, this transform, this RID, this texture, and some of the other info, you know? Alright, so this is the basics for hey there, Chow. Welcome, welcome. We're changing our whole render and physics system. Okay, so now... rigid body. That one. Doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. Body, shape. Body is a physics server body create. The shape is a... I suspect is a shape 2D, so... I wonder if that's a typo. Shape create. Be rectangle shape. We're gonna call it an RID. I think we need to, yeah. check this. Body create. Turns in our ID. We are trying to be as explicit as possible with our variables. We don't want there to be any question about what they are. That will save us pain later. Body callable user data. It's a variant. Integration code. Okay. What we're so the body and what we're calling. Currently called. Oh, we'll have to test it. Let's see here. Which one are we on? End of the day, by the end of the day, we're probably going to be on our 99th hour of coding this, give or take. This is our 33rd stream of it. Okay. Area monitor callback. Any other area enters or exits. So we may need that. So this is akin to what we're currently doing with these. Status. All right, let's see if this actually happens. So this updates the position of the sprite, but we should be able to leave that in process. Let's see if we ever get this. Okay, how about add a shape? That's to an area, which I don't think we're doing. Create a rectangle shape. Body add shape. Is it state that we set? Transform. We're not messing with the linear or angular velocity. We're just setting its transform. Hey there, Horo. Welcome. First, we're going to beat that. I'm going to give it the same transform to begin with. So. And copy that, toggle it a comment, do this. Okay. Abraham, we are making our game. And we're doing well. Right now, what we're coding is an alternative physics and rendering process. We are interacting directly with the rendering server and the physics server instead of letting the node infrastructure do that in order to minimize the amount of overhead, because we want to get a few thousand things in existence at once. Hey there, Meepo. The physics server. Oh, no, we should be able to set the transform the same way we do up here. Just like this. Not that one. Okay. Okay, so if we have logic that changes the position of this base object, yeah, the thing in the center is a catbot, Ibrahim. It is a sprite that originates sometime back and is associated with the character lore. Catbots were the original product of Catbot Corporation. That's the corporation name. Hello, Ember. Hello. Ember has come to sit on my lap for back scratches. So one possibility would be to remove... I think these physics areas are these areas are probably okay. So instead of creating a body, I wonder if we could just use a shape and set its parent to the monster collision zone. Hey there, hero. Let's look at our physics server. Area add shape. Then in our physics process, we have a body set state. Shape. Don't know that we want a body. Because this way we don't have to worry about individual collisions. Yeah, we've done the movement, but we're trying to do the movement more gracefully now, or at least better. Set shape transform. Okay. Body shape index. Oof. All right, Meepo. Thanks for joining us. Don't know what you mean for effects. Is its index? The set shape. Body add shape. Don't get anything back. I'm not focusing much on like extra visual effects hero. I've got the sprite in place. This is the sprite I plan on using, but everything else is up in the air. What you mean, Abraham? So how do we get a shape back given an RID? At the moment, all we're doing is we're working on rendering in physics. So no like game mechanics as far as like what weapons and power-ups or anything like that. Just drawing things, moving things, and making things bump into each other. It's actually like 14 by 14 for now. Bug, visible collision shapes. Okay, no visible collision shape on it. That's when we move canvas item, and then the canvas item's texture is updated on process. Said Hero, I appreciate the sentiment that you'd like to help, but we're not at the game stage. We're at the engine stage right now. I have ideas on all of the mechanics that we're going to add on the game level, but until we get there, I'm not taking any suggestions. If for no other reason than I can't do anything with them at the moment. So we know body move is being called, right? Just making sure. No, it's not. Then how is the... Oh, it's only the position. We're changing the position of the renderer. Okay. Hey there, Ethan. Doing okay. Yeah, this is only changing because we're using position here. To keep track of it. But this position is the position of the node 2D. We don't want to move the node 2D. Shape and variant data. And I think we called rectangle shape. Or we created a rectangle shape here. Yeah. So then the vector that's being passed in half extents. If we do, let's just put 60 here for now. Don't know yet, Hero. Don't know, I am building it so it is possible that it could be put on mobile, but I don't know where it's going to be, you know? So the first integration callback is not being called right now. So okay, I think instead of a body, it needs to be an area. Because we don't care that it's moving. Because we can move the area around and we can use other collision, I think, to deal with it. We can use other logic, I should say. We can set the transform of an area. Yeah, the body just lets us take an object in space, just like the kinematic body objects in Godot. So we can tell it, this is your velocity kind of stuff. But that's not what we're looking for. Okay, so we're going to create an area. So we have collision layers and mask, yeah. Do we have body collision layers and mask? That shouldn't matter, though. Because one of the things we're probably going to end up doing is having these collision areas be generated like this. We're going to say, oh, all monsters have the same collision area, and we'll treat it the same way, where we're moving the area around. Now, oh, point. This. Separation ray. We'll have to look that up later, but okay, so we're going to create it as an area instead of a body. The shape portion should be the same thing. But we want to move the shape around. We need to be able to move the shape. Shapeset data is only its size. We can get a shape from it. We're already doing that in our existing collision logic, is getting the shape objects in similar. Don't want to do that. Set shape transform. Okay. But we need to get a way to area set shape. Shape. Body add shape, we just give it an RID. But an area, it's area of shape given the index. Area set shape. But okay, this sets it at, so this shape is replaced with another one. It's not really what we want. But when we add shape, so we've got an RID and an area and where we're putting it. But how do we get the index from a shape RID? Yeah. Because we want to be able to understand which index a given shape is. Because we need to be able to move that shape around. Data. because each one of the monster entities we want to be able to keep track of as individuals. Be able to say, like, this thing without having to iterate over all of the shapes in the area. Like, I need to be able to say, this monster has taken damage, so keep track of it, kind of thing. So many there are. You'd think this would return an index. Okay, just a moment. Because that's going to be crucial. Because we need to be able to move it without having, like, the body rolling around. That. I mean, we could manually set it, but that eventually creates a gap problem where there are indices that are going to be dead after a while. And that runs the risk of having, like, an overflow or we're going to run into an index issue given long enough. Shouldn't ever really be a problem, but it creates an error surface that we don't really want. And we also don't know how the area is handling the shape index. Yeah, it's if a shape leaves an area, all of the indices are updated. So you can't. It's more of a list than a like an arbitrary array. need shape index. Okay, so in this fashion, the shape indices are not being kept track of. Let's take a look at something here. Checking some more code on the web here. ID. Let's switch over to the cat cam while we're doing this. I'm looking at somebody that has done something similar to this. And we have so what they're doing is they're keeping track of it. Whenever they create a shape in the area, they're keeping track of what the index would be based on the index in a paired array. So we should have transform. If we remove an entity from our contained list, we have to remove it from the physics server as well. But doing that is going to change the index of all of the objects in a corresponding fashion. We have to move the stuff in the list around. move it. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. So, what is happening is in their example, they only care about, yeah, we're still on the cats. I'm reading a web page here. Uh so a way that we can get around this, since we don't know what the index is, uh, we are going to assert the index. Uh, as in, we're going to go over and we're going to say, okay, this area, we're going to move the shapes around. But that only works. So it changes which individual we're dealing with. The shapes can move around, though. I'm going to double check this in a moment. I'm going to be right back. Quick break. And then I will talk over what I'm thinking about here. And we're back. Okay. So our problem is, for an individual entity dealing with the area, that we don't have a way of, given a shape RID, get me its index. But we don't necessarily care. So, like, we don't care which shape it is in a generic sense. Now, there's going to be an extra difficulty for us with this, is that if different mobs can be different shapes, now we have a problem. Like, different sizes and different forms. Like, some of them are rectangles, some of them are circles, some of them are bigger than others. But the example I've seen on just using an area goes through and says, okay, there is one area that handles all the collisions for, say, bullets. And there is a collection of bullets that is like size 5 things in it. So there are indices 0 through 4. And if each of those corresponds to a shape, then there are 5 shapes indexed 0 through 4 in the area. The assertion that's made is that if a collision happens, then it doesn't care which shape it is, since the positioning of the shapes is irrelevant. I'm sorry, they're relevant, but which shape you get is irrelevant. That currently seems to be the pattern. But if I could get the RID of a shape given an index, where I can go through each shape and say, okay, this shape is this index anytime there's an update, then I could go through each of them that way. But can I get... How are we doing that currently? Let's take a different tack here. So there is a collision, we figure out which shape it is, and we report on that. The shape is the entity. And so the children of that shape are going to have corresponding process happening. If instead of a node 2D, it was something else. Now, a node 2D is going to be fine, I think. Because that'll be an individual shape. But how do we translate that out? So we're going to get objects that result from it in the... Because we get... This is the method that it would result from it. So we get the shapes, and right now the shapes inherit. Like, the shapes that we've got are these, like, entity bodies here. If we get... So we'll get an index out of it when we get a collision. So we handle a collision. We get, we get a event that happens. So area shape entered, let's say. So we're going to get the area that we're dealing with, which is going to be whichever one it is. Tonic water? Not really familiar with that. So which area? So that's the local area RID. Is the area 2 that a collision came from. which area or which shape in that was the collision. This is which shape. A local shape index. I mean, it'd make it more chemically active, wouldn't it? Like that, the whole ionized water thing then would strike me as, put another way, it sounds like one of those health crazes that is based off of very little. Like, let's brush our teeth with charcoal kind of thing, you know, because everything has to have charcoal in it during that period. Yeah, I don't see how it would necessarily be a good thing. Like, it doesn't seem like something that you'd super want to drink, as it would be a variable. You have gone out of your way to make whatever you're putting in your body more reactive, and that doesn't seem like the greatest idea. We could create the shapes directly, but in the UI, but that, I think, kind of breaks the point. Does it? Yeah, if we have to create an object like that, then it's a tree object, and it would have all of the burden associated with it. This is what we were looking at. Done in a lovely legible red. So yeah, all of the bullets share an area. So this is part of our problem, is that shared area doesn't account for variable shapes. So if we want to remove one... Oh, if you're talking like it's carbonated, then... I mean, sure. I'm not a fan of just soda water. Like, there has to be some, like, taste. So body moved doesn't help us here. That body moved portion. So what else can we do with the body as far as collision monitoring? It can collide. Don't care about force or torque. Don't really care about those. We care about a callback on it. Collision mass, constant force. Like, this doesn't happen. Yeah. This is entirely movement. So to make this function, each bullet would have its own area. Or each object would have its own area. And we're going to check area on it, again, since we don't care about the body. So we're going to create an area instead, and we'll add that. And then we're going to have the area callback set. Because then that individual entity has its own collision area. There isn't a master one in this case. Unless we can set up some sort of master one, but that's less useful at the moment. So area RID as an RID, just in case. So we have the shape. We still want that. Area RID is equal to physics server 2D. Area create. So we still create the rectangle. And we're going to do okay, yeah. Okay. So we set the shape. Area set shape. Area add shape. Area RID. Shape RID. Or initially... do that. So. Yeah, eventually we want something other than this. We could wrap all of this in a, like, get canvas item here is whatever we're putting it on. We can have a bigger canvas. We could have, like, the monster canvas and have that not move, and that each one of these individuals has their own position. Say vector 2 is 0. Let's be explicit. Oh, yeah, no, it's not a vector 2.0. It's equal to vector 2.0. Current position. Hey there, Blood. Welcome. Okay. So it's so 2D area set. Not a variable. It's a shape transform. We know. Moving along, Blood. We're working on a new physics engine entirely. 0, position transform. So move the area. We'll have to set the mask in a moment as well, but we want area. It's area monitor callback. Which is the callable. Okay. So we have integer Default physics and rendering was still limiting us. 750 objects active at once would cause us to drop down to like 15 frames a second. We want to do better than that. This is an integer. Lighting area is an ID. Object. We don't know what an instance ID is. It says it's an object ID, but that doesn't seem to be a type. Oh, it is. Is it? It is not. Okay. We don't know what that is. So we're going to call this local shape index because there's absolutely no reason to randomly abbreviate like that. I think it was other that we called it. Area shape and local shape. Yeah. We're going to call it area shape. Just for consistency, let's see. We're going to call it other. Adjust sitting position. Area and what we're calling it. We're referencing the function. Okay, then if status equal to area body added. There we go. Okay, so if something entered the area, we're going to print that there was a collision. I read about that. To my understanding, Blood Jolt currently is 3D physics only. It is new and fancy, but last indication I saw as far as the development status is the people behind Jolt weren't prioritizing a 2D, and the Godot folks hadn't found an equivalent. We did try Rapier, but that was having its own problems. It is unfortunate, but, hopefully we'll see more later. Oh. Okay. Set monitor callback. It's of a body. Okay, so it is this. Actually have to be a callable. Because we are Yeah, right here it's defining it as a callable. All right, let's try that. Which might let us return to the body concept, but why we kept most of that around. It says Godot physics doesn't call it, but I think they mean Godot physics 2D or 3D. So still no collision. I never used, not an air though. Yeah. Area set. Oh. Let's um Constance mob area RID to use. Mask. Layer. Plus enemy. Nothing yet. Yeah. Set. Monitorable. D. No collisions. Still not colliding. Yep. Because we should be getting an area collision here. Let's debug inside the creation of it, huh? The visual area. Okay, we have an RID for the area. And we should have shape. Yeah. Hello, Ricardo. It's entirely the render. Oh. For actual testing purposes, let's make sure this doesn't cause a problem. Okay. area. Get collision layer, area RID. To double layer the string call, but no, 4 isn't right. One of them should be 4, but the other one should be 6. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. The mask should be looking for enemies and the player. And three things. Let's do a quick test here. Yeah, none of them are 2, 3, 5, 6, 5 parameters. All right, then a quick test here. Okay, so it's not checking to see that this is correct. I'll leave that for you to interpret, Alt. Not on the widescreen there. The area is what has the mask. So the layer and the mask are both properties of the area. Like if it were this thing, like this is a instantiated area and layer and mask are integer values. Area monitor callback. 5 things. But it's never getting called. The fact that this never gets called is the tricky part. Okay. The player does. Probably not Alt, but I try. Okay, so we're setting a callable. We can do a lambda. Let's try. This currently isn't working as we need it to. Right, so we're passing in a full lambda. We are just creating a function on the fly that calls this one. Player collision zone lives in player. Does not check for anything. player, we're going to change it to look for enemies. Yeah, that's one of the oddities. I don't know if that's because we don't have it living in the tree. Like, it doesn't live in the tree in the same fashion, or if it's not actually being created properly. Okay, so the player doesn't collide with it either. This should happen. Let's make sure it happens. Okay, it doesn't. To me, this implies kind of what you're saying there, Blood Mage, is that maybe the collision zone isn't being created. Hey there, Olga. Let's look at that. Let's find that again here. All right. Yep. What if instead of creating our own area, we attach this to the existing area? It feels like we might be... But we're still potentially saving on the rendering here. Okay, so let's try it. Let's try it. So instead of the area creation, we're going to create this rectangle and we're going to attach it to the existing area. Let's look at our globals here and see if I've got that set somewhere. Okay, so we're going to do monster collision zone. Still not ideal, but, you know, for testing purposes, let's do that. Wait. Has that been there the whole time? Is that comma always there? Okay. I don't know where that comma came from, but weird. Create. Okay, this won't call it's ready until all its parts are ready, which this will call ready first. So we are going to short circuit that. Its collision zone is monster. So let's see here. Top to bottom, the two on the blanket are Mason and Sherbet, and then the one on the pillow is Sammy. Okay, now we're gonna go into the monster collision zone script. Okay, so there's something about the area that I'm creating that doesn't cause the collision. Like, something about what's being generated here doesn't work the same way. It extends that, and this is a test. For consistency. And it is going to have a script. Just that one there. Load that in. Extends a node 2D, and its class name is test render. Hey there, 3. We are a little past normal end time. We're still working on making this whole mess work. All right, but we're going to do some science here. I did. So we're going to go into the game scene. We're going to remove you. And we're going to our test render scene. Let's say act scene. And so when we look at game, we have a test render scene. We're going to load you. Interesting. Must be a little glitch. And then in main, we prep the fixed globals. Yes, hello, Sky. Yes, I did see. In range. 1 to 1000. Test render is equal to scene.instantiate add child test render. This texture is nil at the moment, so I got to reload that. What's your question? Depends on how we define chicken. If we mean the general species that we know to be chicken, then the chicken would have come first, since the chicken is a highly variable entity. So a precursor to the chicken at some point prior to what we know as chicken, there would have been a creature that laid an egg. Well, actually, no, you could look at that as egg. But, if you mean which came first, the chicken or the chicken egg, then I would say chicken egg came first. But if chicken egg means an egg laid by a chicken, then it would be that the chicken came first. So yeah, it depends on if you mean chicken egg as an egg that contains a chicken, or does it mean an egg laid by a chicken? Because again, at some point, the thing that laid the egg would not be considered a chicken, but the thing that resulted from it could reasonably be considered a chicken. Okay, we need a zone to attach it to. Okay, it won't be in the ready. We need to get this. We need to get this. But this doesn't exist. Oh. No, it can. It can. Because it's not ready until it attaches. Export is fine. It's collision zone. So we have to go into game. I think we can instantiate it. And then test render dot collision zone. Do monster mob monster collision zone. Okay, that hitch is all of the collision calls, I bet. Yeah. We still can't see a shape. These are all the render objects here. Here, the monster collision area reset like that. Oh, it's light mask. It's not what I'm looking at. It's collision mask. Still have the problem of moving them to... sorry, Kate, I didn't see that message. My day's been good. One moment. Day's been going well. Of my cats, 2 are female. Sammy and Ember are female. Sky, Mason, and Sherbet are all male. All of them altered, but, you know. Sky is right next to my mouse. So... well, here, let's... where Ember is. Oh, she's getting some food. But as far as the physics server is concerned, is it the same as a collision area? We had this issue before. Let's... just make one. No, it won't. It's... those don't have nodes. And that's why we can't see them here. Is... the things that we're creating lack that, and I think that might be part of the reason we don't see the shape. That is exclusive. Okay, we have area RID. We're colliding with the player area. Right there. So we have the player area object. That should be the player area object. Let's check here. 475. Oh, which one is that? Let's 1 second. Monsters only care about that. Player does not collide with enemies. Okay. 75004. Remote. Okay. So, all right, this is colliding with the player. But it's not getting those. The shape that is being created is out of bounds. The crossovers in Vampire Survivors are DLC. So we're getting a proper collision now, Blood. But the indexes being passed into it aren't responding correctly. We're getting zeros. What is a 2D area object? Is that the same as an area 2D? Yes, 3. They cost money. So this needs a collision shape 2D for it to function in that way. But what's the difference between a collision shape 2D and a area 2D? I'm sorry, a shape 2D. Because it may be that calling the shape on this is different. We create the shape ID. Wait. Right here. Right here. Oh no, we're still creating the area RID. Let's cull area as well. Yeah, you'd expect that to be the same. And I'm hoping that some of the collision stuff is just overhead. Okay, we're not adding the shape to another area. We're going to add it only to our collision zone. Still getting those same errors. Index out of bounds. So it collides immediately. This is the area it's colliding with, which is our monster collision zone. Only the music that's on the playlist is getting played there, 3. So the index is it's the index in the list of shapes that are part of the area. But what if okay, instead of any of this, okay, since we're working with the raw physics server, I wonder if we need another area like that. So, kind of harkening back to what you suggested there, Blood, instead of colliding with the player, why don't we make another object to make it collide with? Because when we get this collision, we can get an area to a shape RID if we call through the physics server. I'm wondering if there's some different layering going on here because of the area handling it. So, what if we create two areas and have them move towards each other on physics process? So we're going to go into our test render. We are going to area add shape instead of collision zone. Going to. This is all test code anyway. It can be total spaghetti. Area ID 2. We don't care about the texture. They're going to appear apart from each other, and the second one is going to move at it. It's going to be 2, 0, 0. Create the area. 2. All right, 3. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so this creates another one off to the right. And he's back. It exists in enemy. Sorry, this one is enemy and then player. This one is player, then enemy. We are going to, just for simplicity's sake, this one exists in enemy, this one looks for enemy. Going to use area collision. I'm going to start there. physics process. This will cause the second area we create to slide to the left. What's going on here? Will this work? No idea how many lines. No idea. I'm sure there might be a way to process it, but lots. Many lines. We'll see. Eventually. Right? Well, we know that the second one is handling accordingly here. This is an ID is equal to physics server 2d.get area get physics server shape. I could. Like, that is a path we could go down, but that's also getting dangerously close to what we're already doing. Since we want to get as much of the logic being handled outside of basic Godot physics handling. And if this is doing all of our physics handling, we haven't changed it much. We may still have to go in that direction, but it also shouldn't need to. The sample I'm looking at doesn't, it just creates shapes. Test, what are you? Test is an entity. It does have a shape. Server 2D dot shape. Area. Shape. Transform. Zero. Transform 2D is equal to that. Six 182. Okay, the second one is moving. So now, because I missed something. So here's a possibility that it is going wrong here. Olible. Why did it do that? Should have collided there. So one possibility is that this whole collision logic I've set up for it doesn't work. Like, this just won't work, you know? Physics server. Area. Set. Monitorable. Hey there, mafioso. Pause. Area 2D with its own collision shape. Okay, yeah. So this is... Each bullet has an area with a collision shape. We detect if it collides. Not yet, Lunar. Yeah, we are trying to mitigate bullet is represented by a single collision shape inside this area. Okay, how do we get the collision shape in that area? Is bullet shared area is our problem, and this says collision shapes, but does it just mean shape? I'll have to look at this. Yeah. Configure collision for bullet is going to be important. This is a happens once. So we create a circle shape. We tell it it's a, we tell this circle that it has radius 8. Then we add it to the area, the shape, and then the transform that we've got. Shape and return the resource ID. Moving them. I mean, it's also possible that we're not moving the shapes around properly, but yeah, in this we assert that the that each one of them is relevant. We would need to, yeah, but anyway. This is a completely different infrastructure here, Mage. Like, this object is unrelated to what we have been using. This is all for testing purposes at the moment. We're trying to make this logic work, and then I'm going to try to instantiate a whole bunch of them and see if it helps. If it doesn't, then we need a new solution. Wait. Yeah. The overall goal of this is to divorce as much of it as we can from the node network, because the nodes have a overhead to them. Yeah, I think what this is largely relying on is the way that the areas are tracked in it, but still. We're not doing this properly, by the way, but like, we're not doing proper cleanup. That's one of the things that you have to do when we're operating at that level, is we have to explicitly release variables. Anything that we create through the physics server, we have to tell it, I'm done with this. Wait. Draw method. This is the we do this elsewhere, but anyway. That's an area 2D. It is a created area 2D. This is just creating shapes. So this is akin to what we're doing with the collision area, but let's just do it as an area 2D and see if that changes things. So we're not going to use collision zone. Instead, we're going to create two of these objects. We're going to set their positions. It's defaulted here. We're going to get rid of all the 2s. moment, we're going to say they're both enemies and they're looking for enemies. Go in here. Sports won't help. Hey there, Dizzy. Default moves right. We're going to toss them. We're going to try to make it so that they move, but in theory, they should collide as soon as they appear. So we're going to go into this scene. We are going to add a child. It's going to be an area 2D. Just so. Ready to node. Area 2D. Get RID. Insert as area 2. Not. Okay, it's not looking for player. Now we're going to go into game and we are going to do this twice. Nothing there. Okay. We'll do it once. Oh, thank you, Dizzy. Okay. How does it... Translation seems to work already. I don't even know if that functions, and we're not getting errors. All right, folks, we are well past our normal stopping time. I'm going to call it here. Because I feel like I've hit a roadblock and I need to do more research. There has to be something more to this, because the default example in their documentation, which doesn't list that it's out of date but clearly has some problems, doesn't work. And there's definitely more to it. There's definitely more to what is going on. So we need to figure out what that is. We'll have to pick it up tomorrow, though, which we will. I hope everybody had a good time today. We're going to be in the experimentation stage for a little bit. I hope that we can find a solution soon. There are a variety of ways that we could go about this, but I'm trying to find something that is definitely sustainable and allows us to, cleanly create new things. We'll see. Again, hope everybody had a good time today. If you haven't already, and you would like to see more things like this, then remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and similar actions. It'll help the algorithms give you things like this in the future. All right, I will be posting the next stream sometime between today and early tomorrow. I don't know if there's going to be a gaming stream again. I've still got to figure that out. But we'll see. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.